as it is or cut it up, and that might make it a little easier.
So we should be rolling here. Okay. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the, May meeting of the Middletown Inland Wetland and Watercourse Agency. All our members this evening will be voting members. And I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Okay, we have no public hearings this evening, so we'll move to C, old business, a re-subdivision of the existing property at the end of Talia's Trail into 6 lots and construction of 6 single-family homes and extension of existing road and a new cul-de-sac. The applicant agent is Sunwood Development Corporation, permit number 2022-2.
There we go. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll just go through a quick summary of kind of what we're proposing, and then if there's any questions from you or the commissioners, I'll be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you.
Just for the record, my name is Bob Wiedenman. I'm the owner of Sunwood Development, the developer of the property, and also Old Colony of Wallingford, who is the property owner here. The property in question, you've seen this on a couple of other occasions. It was originally the Gaheen Farm, and just for orientation, across the top of the plan is Ridgewood Road. Down the north side is Mile Lane. Talia's Trail comes in off of Mile Lane to an existing cul-de-sac in this location. Our proposal is to extend the road and develop 6 additional lots at the end of Talia's Trail. For some history on the property, Talia's Trail was developed by Kokomo Brothers about 5 years or so, 6 years ago I think it was. And part of their construction, they left some excess fill and debris up at the end of the cul-de-sac and hadn't fully stabilized the bank along the east side of the property. At the request of the planning department, they asked me to go out there and clean up some of that mess and install some silt fence, and so that's why there's been some grading out there. But I just want to make it clear that we didn't go out there without permission. I know we hadn't come to you guys for approval for that, but it was at the request of both Tom Nigasanti and I think the zoning enforcement officer, and I don't recall his name off the top of my head. Yes, I'm sorry, Ron. Yes, it was. Okay, sorry. I just had a blank. So that's why the activity was done out there. We wanted to get that upper slope stabilized. The last house or two on the east side of that property had some erosion issues. I think the city actually had hired a contractor to go in and do some work behind those lots on their property. And as you're probably aware, the city is still in the process of trying to accept the road over there. There were some quality control issues, and there's some bonding issues that they're trying to work out right now between Kokomo and the city. Assuming we get our approval here, and then again, at wetlands, I'm sorry, at planning and zoning, we'll go back out there, check all our erosion controls that are currently in place, reinforce anything that's there, add any new erosion that's shown on our erosion control plan, have those things inspected before we begin any additional work. Just to further orient you, it's not totally shown, but this line right here is basically West Swamp Brook that runs south to north through the property, and it crosses under Mile Lane right in this location. There's an old farm pond up in this general area here. We've had the wetlands flagged. I think I mentioned to you at the last meeting, wetlands flags were part of the one of the earlier applications. I think they were flagged back in November of 2017. Also in your package for this was a wetland assessment. Impact assessment was done by SLR Consulting. So I believe that's all in your file. I'm just going to take a minute, flip back over here, and I can talk to you a little bit about the specifics of the activities that we're proposing in the wetlands, or I'm sorry, in the upland review areas.
Hey, Bob, maybe this might be a good point to mention the 4-lot subdivision that was approved back in 2018.
Sure.
It's still valid as far as,
Yep.
yeah, okay.
Yep. So early on in the process, we had a proposal that you folks looked at, and I believe it was also approved. It was approved by Planning and Zoning also for a very short extension. The existing cul-de-sac is right in this area right here. And we were just going to extend the road, almost just adding a cul-de-sac on the end of the existing cul-de-sac and remove the edges of that current. So adding about maybe 100 or 150 feet. There were 4 lots at that point in time. So very similar kind of overall design. Same basic discharge. It came off the end of the cul-de-sac, I think, to an area down generally in this area for discharge rather than where it is proposed now. There were also no activities at that point in the wetlands, but there were similar activities. I think the lawn area that we're proposing on lots 1 and 2 are actually identical to what you folks approved earlier. These other 2 areas are maybe just slightly modified, and I honestly, off the top of my head, I can't recall if they're slightly increased or decreased in the total. But our total activities are relatively small here. The 3 activities, starting on lots 1 and 2, that I highlighted here in yellow. This is just for some minor grading and lawn establishment behind the houses. This will allow the homeowners in the future to have a lawn area of about 50 to 60 feet behind these 2 houses. And I just think it's appropriate. We could, in theory, build these without any encroachment into that upland review area, but just the natural progression that we always see is homeowners start to encroach and creep their lawns down the road. This way we can establish a nice clear line of definition. There's also a note here to install placards that I believe the city provides that have your designation on them, so that people know if they go beyond this point that they need to come back to see you folks for permission. And I just think it's appropriate to do it up front rather than just know that instinctively it's going to happen down the road anyway. So that's the first activity. There's, like I said, just some very minor grading and lawn establishment, and then we'd ask that they were allowed to maintain that area. The second activity is on lot number 3 down in this location. Again, very similar, a little bit of grading and establishment of lawn, and this gives them about 45 feet behind the house, proposed house on lot 3 for, again, lawn area. The last one, which was not in the initial application, but we sent a revision into Jim, just to clarify that, I quite honestly, I just overlooked it, my engineer overlooked it. We have a little bit of temporary disturbance right at the outlet where the level spreader is, and that's what's highlighted here in yellow. That would just, again, be temporary in nature while we establish that outlet structure. The outlet structure is designed to hold the first inch of water. So we take that first flush, typically more polluted water, hold it there, let it absorb back into the ground, and then anything over that would have the level spreader that would dissipate it out into the upland review area and eventually down gradient towards the wetland areas. So those are the three activities that we have proposed. The entire watershed in this area that crosses under Mile Lane is a little over 1,000 acres. And our activity is on this 3.25 acres of the total parcel right now. So we're relatively small, about 0.3 acres, or 3% of the total watershed. I just want to flip back one more time, sorry, to hope you can't pick up that vacuum on the microphone. This is again the overall subdivision of the total property, which in total was 60 acres. I didn't mention, but when we developed these lots, we had lots fronting on Ridgewood Road and Mile Lane, a total of 19 prior to the proposed 6 lots here at the end of Talia's Trail. What I highlight in green here is what is the undisturbed area. The 6 acres in this square in the lower corner are the open space that's already been deeded to the city as part of our initial planning and zoning application, which requires that we set aside 10 acres of open space. There's an additional 34 acres, I believe. So a total of about 40 acres of land that our intention is to have left undisturbed. And I'm going to be talking with the city about actually taking title to this property. Along this eastern border is the high school property, which is why this property initially was set aside as it was contiguous with the high school property. So we just think that this is a good addition. It would be a great resource for the kids in high school to walk the area, come down and see some of the environmental things with the old farm pond and the river or brook corridor. So we just think it's a logical use. It does have frontage. So you have a small access over the storm drainage here. I didn't highlight it, but this little line here is where the storm drainage comes down. So it would be access off of Talia's Trail. There's access off of Mile Lane, and there's 2 access points off of Ridgewood Road, in addition to be able to access it from the high school property. So I think it's a good, valuable resource for the city, and we're looking to donate that once we finish our development in this area. That's pretty much a quick overview, so I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
How many acres did you say?
The total property was 60, and we're developing about 20, so it'll be about 40 acres in total that will be preserved.
Thanks. All right. Any members of the commission have any questions? The only question I had was, and we had discussed this last week.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay. And actually, you know what? Let's do it when we do the,
I know what you're going to say.
yeah.
I have it on here.
Yeah, okay.
It's so 17.
Okay,
That's what I do.
yep.
This is getting bad, and I know what he's going to say.
Yeah, that's all right, yeah. We've known each other too long, Jim, I think.
So,
Yeah, oh, you were gonna do it now, yep, yep.
yeah. So
Actually, we're gonna wait until we do the motion.
Yeah.
Because it's in that.
yeah, but what I just wanted to say was, Bob at the last meeting did a very detailed presentation, similarly that he just did now. So the commission already had most of the questions kind of answered last time. So now this is just like a finalization of finalizing everything. And the comments that Joe had last time was about lots 1, 2, and 3 coming back for a specific site plan approval because we wanted to assure that those wetlands were still going to be protected, and you agreed to that, so.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep, that's
But
absolutely
that's
fine.
part of the motion now. Okay, and anyone have any questions? No one? Okay,
You want a copy of, I sent out a draft motion earlier today. I don't know if anybody needs a copy of it. I have a couple of copies of the hard copy.
Yeah, I read it.
Okay.
So if someone wants to read it into the record,
So, just before we even get to that,
we have to have a motion.
I know we talked about having standard stipulations in the motion, and we don't have to read through 1 through 16, because those are standard stipulations. The customary stipulations for any application, I will add at the end of the motion to make it specific. Okay, so we can read the preamble, and then when you get to, with the conditions, you can say conditions listed 1 through 16, and then read 17, to make it go quicker and, that kind of a thing, if you don't mind. So,
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I have not seen the draft motion, but if it looks like what we approved for the 2022-1 with all the standard stipulations, I'd like to move approval of 2022-2, Talia's Trail subdivision, 6 lots and 6 single-family homes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Okay, so does anyone want to read the,
Sure.
Jim, do you want to do that?
yeah.
Needs to be read?
Yeah, I can do that. So the draft motion would be that the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency, having considered application, I don't know why I got that, typo, 2022-2 with regard to the criteria enumerated in section 22A-41 of the Connecticut General Statutes and section 8 of the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Regulations of the City of Middletown finds the following. 1, that the proposed activities are to re-subdivide property at the end of the Talia's Trail into 6 lots in the construction of 6 family homes and extension of existing road and new cul-de-sac. 2, that this property was subject to a previous 4-lot re-subdivision, which was granted by the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency on July 3rd, 2018, and expires on July 3rd, 2023. The application number is 18-06, and now is null and void because of this subsequent submission. 3, that there will be no disturbance of any wetlands and watercourses on the site. 4, that there will be a total disturbance of 658 square feet in the regulated area to conduct grading and the installation of a stormwater level spreader. And 5, that the proposed work as specified in condition below is in conformance with the purposes and provisions of said regulations, said sections, and furthermore will not have a significant adverse effect on the adjacent wetlands and watercourses. Therefore, permit number 2022-2 is granted with conditions and to the following regulated activities as depicted on the submitted plan entitled Proposed Residential Subdivision, Talia's Trail, and Mile Lane, Middletown, Connecticut, scale 1 inch equals 30 feet, dated March 25th, 2022, prepared by SLR sheets SD1 through SD6. The permit is issued by the agency subject to the following conditions or modifications. Now, 1 through 16 are our standard standard stipulations. I'm not going to read them. In addition, 17, that lots 1 through 3 shall be required to come back for an individual site plan approval prior to construction activities on said lots to ensure that the inland wetlands and watercourses shall remain protected.
Okay. So that's the motion, and it was seconded. Does anyone have any discussion on that?
Who seconded it? I missed that. Oh, Dave, thank you.
Okay, seeing none, we'll ask for a vote. Everyone in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
And you let Jim know ahead of time or when you start? Okay, item number 2 under old business is the Brown Street drainage concerns. And I see the same familiar faces out here. And you'll see the same familiar faces up here. You're right, right. Jim and I went out right after our last meeting and walked around. How are your loafers from that day?
Well,
Completely destroyed?
no, what happened was, so, okay, so 99 Brown Street, Mr., oh God, Prokop? No.
Your neighbor.
Yeah, I can't think of it. Yeah, 93. I can't think of his name right now.
I can't either.
Anyway, we went, I had an appointment with him. We went, Dave was invited, but Dave couldn't make it. So Joe and I showed up. He graciously showed us his property in the back, and half of his lawn is inundated with probably, I'd say, a foot or a foot and a half foot of water as well. I specifically looked at the fence line. I had 6 foot, I had knee-high boots on. So I walked into the water. I looked, I did not see any evidence of any significant change of elevation between your property and his property. There was, however, a fence that was installed, and along that fence line, straight, going from one end to the other,
East to west,
was about maybe 6 or 7 inches width of crushed stone. That was only maybe an inch or two high to prevent the wood of the fence going into the dirt, which makes sense. The stone was, permeable. Water was going through it because obviously the water was ponding onto his property. So then he said that, well, there's a drain over on Russ Rubino's property that existed, that an old farmer, the farmer,
Hubbard.
Farber,
No, Wiskel's property.
Wiskel, the farmer Wiskel put a pipe in because there was a low-lying area there and water was collecting. He put a drain in and a pipe leading towards the Middletown Nature Gardens. This was news to me. This was news to Joe. So we saw your wife raking leaves, and we went over and told him, oh yeah, come on back, blah, blah, blah. So I attempted to walk in to find out where this pipe was, this cover. And the water was getting right up over my boots, like up to my knees, I'm like, this is deep. And I saw pollywogs, green frogs. I don't think I saw a salamander, but I saw some kind of a newt. There were 2 pairs of mallard ducks there, and it's a functioning habitat. But your wife said that, oh yeah, there was a drain there, and rocks were put over the drain. And I'm like, why were rocks put over the drain? And she's like, I don't know. But I have a feeling that because that water is deep in the back of your property, that's the lowest part of the land or surrounding. That's why the drain was put in there. Now, if that drain is not working, that water's sitting there. So I thought, well, maybe what we can do is get maybe Public Works to put in a big pump and pump that water out into the wetlands in the nature gardens so we can expose this drain. Well, Chris Holden doesn't want anything to do with doing any work on private property because of obvious reasons. He can't start that because when you're gonna, he said, no, we can't do that. So we have to wait till that water lowers and that drain is exposed to look at it and see what it is. Do you know what it is? Because you never told me or us anything about that.
So there's probably, do you want me to?
Yeah, please, of course. Yeah, I think we have a solution, but we just have to go.
This is Russell Rubino, 85 Brown Street. Thanks for having us again tonight. So the drains that I think everybody's talking about, there probably are 2. Where our property divides to the north, that's the low spot. I believe that's where you were walking. I wasn't there that day, so I don't know. There was a pile of rocks, assuming there was some kind of a drain system under the rocks, that led to a pipe that leads to, there's a brownstone manhole type of thing with a little cover on it.
Yeah.
Then it goes through the neighbor's yard out into the wetlands. That's what I was told when we purchased the property. So that was by the neighbor who had lived there. I think his name was Charlie, on the corner. So he told me that. So one day I had a backhoe in my yard years later, and I tried to see, slow digging, peel away the rocks because the water had really started to mount. So when it did dry out, I got a backhoe in there and I moved all the rocks around. I didn't find anything. And you can clearly see the soil differential as you dig. So I didn't see anything, but it could have been a clay pipe, cracked over the years, don't know. So apparently there was some kind of a farmer's system way back when.
Yeah, they were throughout that field across the street from you when it was
Right.
part of Hubbard's. There was one down by the corner of Pine Street.
Right.
There was another one by where there used to be the little farm, there was a barn there at one time. There was another one there, so that must have been one. And they were pretty deep, stone lined. I'm wondering if yours, because of the water table being so high, the water's coming in through it instead of going out.
I'm not
But
sure
that's
about
been, how many
that.
years has it been? 4?
Since the water has ponded like this, it's been about 4 or 5 years now, yeah.
We didn't have that high of a water table back then.
No. Can I comment on something that you made a comment about the elevation when you were over at the neighbor's yard between our yard? You didn't
Yeah.
see much. Well, that's because his land was lower at one time and more of the water headed in that direction, which we talked about the last time. And he's south of me. So when he went ahead and processed all his trees, which I have plenty of pictures, plenty of evidence. I've dug up a lot of material that I can show you if you need to. That when he chopped his trees down, he raised that elevation, which created a type of dam. He chipped all of the trees, about 1/4 acre of trees. I have pictures of this. Okay, so that raised the level, which now made it flush with ours. But the water now has nowhere to go. It's just ponding there.
Yeah, it is flush with yours, yeah. That's why I didn't see anything higher but you're saying it was lower than that.
Correct, but it was lower at one time because that's where the water headed, in that direction.
Well, the property further down, one more with the pool, I don't know the address, it's south of 93, it must be 95 or 92, 91. There's no water in the back of his property at all.
Right.
Completely bone dry, and I expected to see water there. One of the things that Joe and I also did was we went on the Nature Gardens property that's owned by the city, and there's a huge wetland system right on the other side of that stone wall that drains towards, what school is that?
Wesley.
Wesley, yeah.
Wesley School.
Wesley, yeah.
I had my Land Rover, we drove down dirt roads, dirt paths, getting muddy and everything. We went right down to where the ponds were, and there's a big swamp that can handle all that water. So what we envisioned was perhaps when that pipe is exposed again, we can do someone can do some further investigation. If you find something, I'm sure it's probably going to be clogged and probably not functional. We could reinstall it towards the barway where you have that little arbor
Correct.
to go into. That's where I thought the pipe must have gone. And right on the other side of that barway, it's completely wet, like something's feeding it underground.
Yeah, but if you took a straight line, because, farmers did the easiest thing, right? So you dig from one point to the next point to the next point.
That's usually,
It did not take a 90-degree turn through that trellis that you're speaking of.
You said there were 2 pipes. I don't know what that other one that you're talking
So
about.
there's one dividing property to our north.
Okay, I don't know that one.
That's the deep spot, actually.
Maybe we should I'll take another ride out and you show me that, because we didn't see that.
Yeah, that's the deep spot. I mean, you can clearly see it now that it is receding somewhat, but it's still a lot of water in there.
All right. 2 pipes, yeah.
Is there a plan, has there been any plan established to this point of what we can possibly do? You just, I think, alluded to the fact that Chris Holden and that team doesn't want to pump out this. And I guess there's some maybe legalities behind that.
Well, first of all, the city's drainage or water from the street is not affecting that. This is something that's on private property. that would be a bad precedent to go on a private property to help something out, and who knows, something happens with the pump, some kids out there looking at the pump. I mean, the liabilities aren't, Chris is like, there's no way we're going out there doing that. So the only way, unless you want to get a pump and a generator and pump it over, that would go down quicker.
Can I borrow a pump that size to pump that
I don't know.
from some municipality?
No.
Can't do that.
No.
You could check with the fire department, South Farms, South
Oh.
District.
That's a great idea, because if you're expecting that pond, that temporary pond to dry up, it's going to be a while,
I know, we discussed that, that's obvious.
and it might
That's why-
not dry up.
Yeah, so you pay taxes in South Fire, maybe South Fire would do a training, maybe, if you will, so, I don't know.
So
but
what's that going to do, though? Once we, say that does happen and we drain it, what's going to happen then?
I don't know, we have to look and see what that drain is.
Who's going to look and see?
You would probably have to hire either a landscaper or
I'm not
somebody.
hiring anybody.
You're not
That's
hiring
my
anybody?
problem here. We didn't cause this situation. Our neighbor did.
I don't think that's true.
Well, it wasn't, I can show you pictures of when the water receded, all his chips, because he was so high, floated into my property. And then when the pond did recede, you saw a clear line going around. Where did that come from? Didn't come from mine.
Yeah.
He chipped his property, the neighbor to my
Well,
left.
that's something different than, we're talking about drainage now. So,
Drainage situation is caused by him raising his elevation. And now the water can't systematically leave
it
that
could
area.
also be caused because that pipe that was installed by the farmer is no longer functioning properly. And you even looked to dig it up to see where it was or what it was. You just said on the record that you dug it up, and you wanted to.
Correct, and
you were
I didn't
looking.
see anything.
Well, maybe there's something there that you didn't see, or maybe whatever was there isn't working. So what I'm suggesting is the city would be willing, I talked to Chris, the city would be willing to have water drained onto that wetland in the nature gardens. It would be able to handle it, there wouldn't be any adverse impact, but someone is gonna have to dig a ditch or install a pipe through that barway to push it out. That's the shortest distance through that barway, and it's pretty level there. Remember, we looked, it's pretty level and flush there.
So that someone is.
This is still, there's no final solution here. We're still in the investigatory mode. We gotta see what is in that pipe.
You're not going to see it. You want me to pay somebody to see what's in that
I'll
pipe.
see it, I'll see it. If that water goes down and you say, come out and look at it, well, I'll come out and look at it, and Joe will come out and look at it.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're going to see.
Well,
See a manhole covered about this big, you can peel it away and you're going to see nothing. If that's what you want to do.
I think that's the root of where we.
Well, I think that's the easiest way to get to a solution, if we know that there's now water coming up that and feeding your backyard.
See,
I don't think so, but you're certainly,
there's gonna have to be a collaboration of the neighbors, I think, to share any cost to dig a ditch. The city's not gonna dig a ditch. You said you don't wanna dig it, you know what, you wanna spend any more money. Well, I can't see, unless there's some kind of lawsuit between, like a civil matter, that's the only way that might get resolved. And I'm telling you right now, being an expert witness in things like this before, it's really hard to prove what is going on right there. So that's all I can say.
I'm not worried about that.
And the city, this commission has gone way above. I mean, we could just say it's not our problem, it's a civil matter, boom. But no, we went out and investigated. We're trying to find an answer and a solution. So, yeah.
can my neighbor
Sure.
to my left speak?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Gene Salvatore, 48 Brown Street. I live right across from my neighbors. I moved in there in 1991. Okay, that whole area in heavy rain would get wet, and within a week, it would drain out. As an average, a week and a half, whatever.
Where was that?
1991,
Okay.
I moved in.
That's quite a long time.
As Mr. Carter said, he's familiar with that area. And you did say once before, you don't recall water being ponded down there. Now, these are just my comments, okay? That is a designated wetlands area, correct? We know it is, because it's been staked out in wetlands. They came down, they put flags in. It's the responsibility of you guys to make sure that those water courses are not impeded in any way, okay? Now, I believe Russ has pictures that I've seen when they first moved in, regular pictures along that whole area that don't show any water being ponded, okay? Now, you also have the topo maps. And one of the easiest ways to do it, and you guys have the right, because that is a water course, and you guys are responsible, so you could go on there, okay? If anybody says you can't go on there, unless they get a court order, I don't think they can stop you. But you let them know you're going. And now what I would do is go in there and take a sample, 1 or 2 samples in his backyard, in the water course, to see what you pull up. And I'm going to guarantee you, you're going to pull up wood chips. Okay? Now, I really think that, like I said, it's your responsibility to take care of that water course. Correct? I mean, you are, because you guys are in charge of it.
But first of all, those houses have been there for 40 years?
Yeah, those old
Maybe,
ones.
the ones on the west side of Brown Street.
Right, yeah.
So, calling that a wetland means that everybody's backyard is a wetland.
The soil over there, I believe, is all through that whole wetlands, because you even look at your topo sheets, is a wetlands is designated by the soil conditions.
Right.
Right.
Soil types.
And that's what you have running right through the back. And like I keep saying, you go back to your topos and you look at it and you'll see everything runs to the south from there. It all drains down and then it runs south. Okay? So you tell me why on one side of this guy's property, there's this much water, and on the other side, there's this or no water. That means there's something damming up that drainage area that was never there before. And I'll bet you, if you go back and look at the overflights over the years that they do in all the towns and the cities, you're going to see it. No, you're going to. You know, I mean,
We can have a lot of discussion about what we're having discussions on
Okay,
right now.
now,
Okay? The
I'm
bottom
not
line
done.
is, I know, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there's so many ifs, maybe what, the problem is, well, the solution is you want the water drained, correct? That's the end.
permanent solution.
The permanent solution is to have that water drained.
Right.
Okay, we can talk about what caused it, what happened, who did what, all day long, all right? What we need to do is look at that pipe or that drain that was put in by that farmer. I have a feeling that is the major root of the cause of what's going on there. Whether or not the guy did some filling with wood chips and his land is a little bit higher now, he has the same problem you have. Not as much, but he still has the problem. He can't mow his backyard. He has a fence now that he has put up so his dogs don't go into that area. He's got maybe 1.5 feet, he's got maybe 3 feet. But we have to find a solution. And the solution,
That's right.
the solution is, very simply, I think, is to find out where that manhole cover is that's buried, dig it up, again, look more carefully, see if there's anything there. If there's nothing there, if the pipe is clogged or disintegrated, whatever, because it was put in like 40 years ago, let's put a new pipe or dig a ditch to drain the water out to the wetlands and the nature gardens, and problem solved. That's,
Now, when I moved in, the Corrells owned the property across the street from me, which abuts their property. And Charlie, the son, I became very friendly with back then, and he's since moved, told me. And I did see down there some of the things Russ was talking about this pile of rocks in this, it's a piece of brownstone, and it does have a hole. It's not very big, okay, in it. And he told me the original owner that owned that down there, he put that in, and there was supposed to be a pipe, and it used to run down straight, right behind Russ and Dave's house, straight down the south. And that pipe used to be there, okay? And that's how that water got out of that low area.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
So
But it didn't go, the pipe, it went directly south. It didn't come and make a 90-degree turn and head over.
it went parallel to the stone wall.
It didn't go to the stone wall. Charlie told me it kept going down behind the houses, and he wasn't sure exactly where, but somewhere's down there, it came out and it went into that wet area with that brook that's running.
Right.
So that's how that used to drain.
And that's what we're saying. That's why we want to know why it isn't draining that way.
Okay.
Is that pipe blocked? Is the water coming up through the pipe?
I doubt that.
You know, there's,
doubt
yeah.
There's
Well,
enough of a slope.
right, there's enough of a slope, right. But we can't find out unless someone looks at it and finds out.
Well, you guys are banking everything on that pipe. And what we're saying to you is that when he filled that, okay, with all those chips, they had equipment running back and forth, you know, to move all that stuff around and everything. They may have crushed the pipe. Plus, those wood chips, without a permit from you guys, he has no right to be in there. That is a wetlands. You can't.
And your neighbors don't have any right being in their backyard. That's a wetland. That's what you're saying. You're saying the end of his backyard is a
They don't have a right
wetland.
to fill it.
And so your backyard is the same wetland, correct?
It's the same strip.
Trees in my backyard, and he had a quarter acre of trees that he took down
Right, right. And you're saying he did it without a permit.
without a permit in the wetlands.
And there is.
We don't know if that's a wetland. You're saying it's a wetland.
I'm saying it's a wetland.
We know on the other side of the stone wall it's a wetland.
Who are the guys that came out and marked out the wetlands area? We had surveyors.
If you want me to.
Well, I just don't know what you want us to do if you're not willing to let us, you do something about looking at that drain. He just said, the neighbor, Charlie Jr., told him that the water went down there and exited to the south.
To the south, right
So it's not
through where
doing that anymore, so it's ponding behind your house. So let's find out why it's not doing it.
It doesn't help that he's also dammed up the area. It's not helping. That's what we're saying.
I have his backyard and your backyard look level to me, to the same level. So what happened before that, I don't know. I don't know if there was a low spot in the southwest corner of his property. You know, you're saying that, right? Right. So actually, what I think you have here is a civil matter more than anything here.
Oh, I don't. I
Well-
don't. Because he's done something on that wetlands area. Okay? It's a natural water course. It wasn't a man-made one, it was a natural one.
Hold on, I just thought of something.
And I think one of the simplest ways, well, there's two things you could do. Go in there and get a sample of where he filled it. And if you come up with wood chips or some type of fill that doesn't belong there, okay, he's in violation. You can force him to remove it. Okay? The other thing is, take your topo sheet, get a couple of elevations across the top of his backyard in the wetlands, you can do it, you know? And that'll tell you, it'll tell you if he's raised that thing 2, 3, 4.
Looking at a topo map is not going to determine whether or not an area is wetland, okay? That's just
No,
not.
I'm not saying
proper.
that.
Yeah,
What I'm
yeah,
telling
okay.
you is the elevation.
When those houses were built, those were built in the 40s, 40 years ago?
No, more than that.
Oh, man, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So there's not going
And
to be.
some even before that.
But I think that there's just a little bit of a misconception of the scope of what we can do, because we're able to, there's a definition of a wetland, and we can issue permits for what can be done in that area and within the designated upland review area. So to go back and determine, was it a wetland when he did what he did, or was it even part of our scope, is really difficult to do, unfortunately. I understand, and I would not want new water on my property either, but it's just, it sounds like a civil matter. Does that
Well,
make
you
sense?
guys keep saying civil matter, because we're getting the feeling you're trying to palm it off. That's what we think, okay?
Well,
Because I've talked to several professional guys that handle this stuff all the time. And as long as that is a wetlands, and it is, because there's some surveyors were out, I don't know who they were, and they actually flagged the wetland area over there, and those flags were in there. And they went all the way down, okay? So, you're trying to tell me that, I know you can. I know if their violation, he didn't take out a permit, and if he filled it, and he's causing this problem, you guys have the legal clout to order him to do it. You do. I've seen it. You do, okay? I had an experience similar, not with water, but I came home one day, my next door neighbor put up a 6-foot-high fence around his property. You know? I called the town, they came out, looked, they went over, knocked on his door and told him, you're in violation, you can't have that fence, it's only supposed to be 4 foot high because of the association down there. He didn't do it, court order, boom. Guess what, it got done. And it cost him money.
Now, we have a
I'm
couple of-
saying, I think you guys have the right to do this.
We have a couple of commissioners here that want to say anything. Jamie? And then Ken?
Well,
Looking at what I can tell from the statute that's currently on the books, whether or not such a wetland is mapped or not, it would be regulated by the provisions of the Connecticut Inland Wetlands Act. And then additionally, we have filling an area that is wetlands, if it meets the definition, would definitely fall under our purview. So, as best I can tell from the statute, and I can show you the sections of the statute as well, but it would be 22A-30C, was it C? 22A-30B, and then following sections as well. So it would fall under our purview if it meets the definitions of a wetland, whether it's mapped or not, so.
I agree, it would. But it's also this gentleman's backyard. I mean, it's not up to us as the commission to go out there and put an auger in the guy's backyard just to check to see if there's a wetland there. I think the best solution is to find out why that drain pipe isn't draining any longer. And then we can come up with a solution to get it back to where it was. Ken, did you have another question?
yeah, I'm attempting to locate the Brown Street on our city wetland maps. And if it is marked as a wetland or within 100 feet of a wetland, and he did work in there that was not permitted, then I believe we do have the authority to go and,
Ken, I've got it pulled up on my computer here.
oh, you found
And
it?
this is an unofficial map, so that's the other challenge, and you're correct as far as the wetland types. But it looks like there's not any properties that are within 400 feet of that wetland.
There's not any what?
Any of the properties in question,
Okay.
I don't know the address of the person who, again, it's an unofficial map, and that's,
Well, yeah, I believe that, but that's the first step, is to see if we do have any authority over what this guy did in his backyard. And if it is if his property, any part of his property is designated a wetland, or within 500 or 100 feet of a wetland, then yes, I agree, we do have the authority to go in and see what he did, especially if he did change the elevation. We've done other properties here where people have wanted to fill areas, and we have issued stop work orders. So if he's done it, I mean, we can certainly go in after the fact, but only if it's within 100 feet of a designated wetland.
Joe, I just remembered, when we were walking through the barway we stopped and we were looking straight down the property line and the stone wall. And the stone wall, I'm going to say, is a little more elevated on the landscape there. And then there's a slope down to the right on the nature gardens that went down. That's where the true wetland was, and still is. It's lower, and it's to the right of the existing stone wall. That is the boundary line between everybody's backyard right there.
I agree, except 50 years ago, their backyards were probably wetlands.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, how far back do we want to go? I just think that the solution right now would be to find out why that pipe's not working. That drainage isn't working.
Can I add something to this?
Sure.
I'm Dave Sturwater, live at 73 Brown Street.
Yeah.
I moved in there in '98, and it was as dry as a bone. That for a couple years, and then we had some heavy rains one year, and it flooded. And it's flooded ever since then, but it always used to drain. And I've been over the town park numerous times, down in the back by the school, and it was ponded down there, and there was a stream that ran. And all the water, up until he moved in, all the water every year would drain off of there. And usually by no later than the middle, end of June, it would be dry and you'd have a golf course. But ever since he moved in, it's backed up every single year. Last year, it never dried up. And if we continue with the weather we're having now, it's not going to dry up.
So, do you know when he moved in, approximately?
When he moved in?
When he moved in.
No, I don't know. I don't remember the
Know
year.
when he did this work with the wood chips?
The year that they moved in, that summer, but I don't know what the year was.
I thought it
Christ,
was-
I'm 81 years old. I can't remember what I had for breakfast tomorrow. Never mind that far back. But it always used to drain. Charlie told me that pipe is probably plugged back then. He said it used to drain faster.
That's what we're saying.
But it's still backing up now, not because of the pipe. It always has.
Okay.
We aren't getting that much more rain now than we did 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, yes, we are.
We're
getting a lot more
not
rain.
to the extent that this stuff is like this.
The groundwater in Connecticut right now, especially in this region, is a foot higher than normal than most previous years.
Well, then it's
That's a
never-
fact.
Steve, what did you have?
Is there, I haven't been out there, but is there a way to get the water directly from their backyard onto the city property? Is there enough elevation change there? So if they were to have the wetlands flagged on their property, what it is now, then we'd know what is in our purview. And they could design a new pipe to go from their backyard directly onto the city's property. If the city will allow them to drain onto their property, they could solve it privately. They could put in their own pipe, drain it without affecting the neighbor that may or may not have put in organic matter, filled, bermed, anything, because we can't prove what the elevations were prior to them filling it with organic matter. So we can't say that he filled it 2 inches or 2 feet in order to say whether it dammed it up or not. We just don't have that evidence. But what we can do is review a plan, if you're willing to do it, that puts a pipe in from your backyard directly onto the city's property, and then that'll take care of the ponding that you have before it actually turns into a more significant wetland, because it sounds like it's turning into, a full-blown wetland here. So if you have the ability to drain it, I think that we could review that and approve that, to have that done. But I don't think that's the city's purview to do, to drain your property. But we'll give you an option to do that on your own if you're willing to. I mean, is that something that,
I
as a
respect all
commission,
the-
I don't want to speak for the whole commission, but if that is possible, that's something we can review. So whether that drain got clogged, whether it was the berm, whether the drain got clogged at the same time that your neighbor moved in, we have no idea. It could be a coincidence. So even if that got crushed during his construction, any of that stuff, I don't know that we'd be able to have him replace a pipe across his property if there's no easements or there's no rights to do that. But we'd be willing to give you an option, I think, it seems more reasonable to drain the water off of your property.
I appreciate and respect all of what everybody's saying. I really appreciate the simple findings of what this commission can actually do if somebody was in violation of the wetlands. We didn't come here. I could easily, with the resources I have, put a drainage system in. I'm in construction. Okay, that's not the issue here. And I understand elevations, I understand water flow, and all of this. The reason why we're actually here is prior to COVID, the gentleman that we're speaking of, my neighbor at 93, engaged an attorney to come to the town and have the town put the system in. This is how this all started. I was called by the city employees, Chris Holden. He said, "What's going on over there? They're coming to me to have us put in a drainage system." This guy is the one who started it. And he's the one that perpetuated this problem. I'm not saying that the drain pipe, I'm sure the drain pipe, when it was active, worked pretty good. Probably hasn't worked in 50 years. I don't know. Nobody knows, right? But by him violating what I believe is wetlands, just from what I've had surveyed and my own wetlands flagging, which I have the markings still there, I have maps, I have everything. And I'm within 100 feet of the wetlands.
You mentioned Chris Holden and requesting to install a drainage system. You lost me with that.
The neighbor engaged an attorney to come to the town and ask the town to put a drainage system in because of all this ponding.
What's the neighbor in question, the one?
LaPointe. Last name is LaPointe.
That's the one
Darryl
who
LaPointe.
did what you think is unregulated. What's the number?
93, Darryl and Nancy.
Oh, okay, so that's, all right, got it.
I'm going to ask one question. This is probably the 5th time you've been here?
Yes.
Why haven't we seen any pictures? Everybody talks about we have pictures of this, we have pictures of that. You haven't showed us one picture.
I can send you pictures within a second if you want, because I took our first pictures, which is August 30th, 2003. When we put our deposit, so we had equitable title on August 30th when we put our deposit on the property. At that time, I took all these pictures of the land. I don't know why I did it, I just did it.
Okay.
And I have a string of them. I actually gave Chris Holden, I sent him a PDF of many pictures, which he, I believe, still has on file, if you want to see them.
Yeah, we have nothing of that. And also, Jim, that house was 1972.
Yeah, before the Wetland Act.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Jen, did you have your?
Oh, I forgot.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
Thank you. What do you want to do? You want to get the photographs in here so we can look at them and see? I don't know how we're going to determine that there's a wetland there or that there was a wetland there.
So, if I may.
Ken?
I'm looking at the wetland map, and to me, it looks like the marked wetland, this is very, very large scale, so it's hard to tell exactly. It looks to me as though the wetland comes up to the property line. So I think the first thing is determine, according to our records, where is the marked wetland according to our maps? If Mr. LaPointe, I believe, 93, if Mr. LaPointe did any work, including regrading, within that 100 feet of the wetland without a permit, I believe he is in violation of city ordinances. So I believe the first step is determine where the wetland boundary is according to city records. if it does come up to his property line, as we suspect, and you have photographs of him doing work within that 100-foot area, then that gives us, I believe it gives us the authority to check to see if he did that work, which includes going in there and, seeing what fill is there. And putting fill in without a permit, I would have to check specifically, but I believe that's in violation of city ordinances. So that's the first steps. And if he is, then we can go from there.
So, okay, that's, what you said is true. There's also, and I'm going to mention it, there's a permitted use as of right to maintain residential property. But it's not for a homeowner to say that. He does have a responsibility to come in and say, listen, I'm going to be doing some grading, redoing my lawn or whatever. We really can't say no to him. We can guide him in direction to limit some concerns, but a permitted use as of right is something that, is a permitted use as of right. So.
No, I concur.
Yeah.
He does have a right to do what he needs to do to get, his property to the best use, but he doesn't have the right to interfere with his neighbor's use of their property. And if he has done something that violates his neighbor's civil rights or city ordinances by working within 100 feet of that wetland without a permit, it doesn't matter what he did. If he did it, he's in violation. And we can, as a commission, find some solution where the neighbors get their property back, and and he can still, if it's taking a bulldozer in there and digging a ditch from some point to the wetlands or putting a pipe in, and then we can decide who gets to pay for it.
And the last I saw and knew that, wood chips, they're pretty permeable, to be quite honest with you, they're permeable. There's a lot of standing water on this guy's property, Mr. LaPointe's property. Half of the property he's got the same problem as everybody else does.
However, that used to flow.
Now-
It had a natural flow at one time, and now it doesn't.
Well, the natural flow from his property his property, let's say his property is this rectangular piece of property, okay? This is your property on this side. The water comes down through his fence line and ponds here. From here going down to the pool property, there's no flow overland, there's no change in elevation, there's nothing, okay? So maybe the material that he put in there caused a little bit of ponding, but he's still got the same problem, okay? What was I gonna get at? I lost my train of thought. Oh, there was a lot of ex parte communication going on over here with these guys, and Jennifer asked you a question, and then Steve asked you some more, and you said something that you maybe wanna, I don't know, I'll paraphrase, that you know about construction, you know about drainage, and you have the ability to fix that, or you know what to do to fix it, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you're not feel that it's your responsibility to fix it.
That is correct.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's perfect, so,
I didn't cause the problem,
yeah, right.
or I didn't add to the problem.
I think there's I was gonna say two-prong, but I think there's a three-prong, situation going on here, but, okay, that's.
Jen?
I just wanted to say that there is a process to amend, where someone can amend the wetland map as it exists. So if we determine that it's not and that you think it should be changed, there's a process laid out for that, if that does become the next step. So
Well,
it won't change whether or not it was when the activity was undertaken, unfortunately.
you have wetlands maps?
Yes,
Okay, you have photographs,
yes.
but you're not giving anything to us.
But I had, prior to COVID, I also have a letter dated back in 2005 to this commission that went on with no response. We've already addressed that about pre-COVID, we actually addressed that letter, and it's pretty detailed on what was going on in the wetlands at that time.
Information, you say. I'm going to contact him tomorrow and see what he has.
I need to add this to this also. I don't mean to interrupt
Okay,
Jim,
okay.
but your name is on this letter, is involved in this letter back then.
I remember that, yeah.
And you actually went over to the neighbor and said, you need to come see us. You need to stop doing this. It's written in this letter. You went over to that property and said, you need to stop because you don't have a permit. So we need to talk about what you're doing.
Okay, so why don't you give us the information?
You have it.
We don't have it. This commission does not have anything.
Well, then it must be in Chris Holden's, but I can get this to you.
Chris
really
Holden
quickly.
has nothing to do with the
I
Wetlands
can give you that
Commission.
letter right now if you want. I don't know if you have the ability to receive
Yeah,
anything.
I don't think we need to, what, are you going to send it to everybody?
I can't. Well, if you had iPhones, I could just go boom. And
I don't have an iPhone, I have an Android.
That's okay. But I can produce all this evidence pretty quickly, actually.
Okay, so get us the information.
Would you like me to PDF that or hand deliver? How would you?
Jim, how would you like it?
Oh, well, why don't you put it electronically and hand deliver it? That way I'll have a hard copy in the office and I can send it out to
all
commission
of us.
members. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I really appreciate and respect what you guys have come up with and acknowledged, at least acknowledge this. And
I
that's
think we're
really
talking about
important.
the same solution.
We are, but it's
It's who's going to do it.
Who's paying for it, right?
Right.
That's what it comes down to.
Right. And it's not up to this commission to decide who's going to pay for it.
I understand.
Okay, so we'll look forward to that information.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Make an editorial comment. It is entirely possible that it's just natural occurrences that have caused this flooding. Regardless of whether he actually did work in violation of any of our ordinances. So I just would ask you gentlemen to be open to some sort of cooperative solution so that you can all get your property back and have a lawn instead of a kayak pond.
Yeah, we didn't buy waterfront property.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to item D, which is new business, and it's an addition to an existing industrial building at 2175 South Main Street within the 100-foot regulated area. The applicant agent is Amy Sports LLC, permit number 2022-3. And if you would just state your name and address for the record, please.
Sal Monarca, 2175 South Main Street. Want to start off and apologize. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to bring a plan. I had talked to my engineer before. I know he talked to Jim.
Yeah.
He said it was just a opening meeting, show up to get the application going.
Yeah, he
So
told
I
me
just
he
wanna-
told me he was going to be here.
He said he was going to be
Yeah,
here?
he said he was going to be here. Yeah.
He told me he's not coming.
Well, listen, we have to accept the application.
Okay.
And then there's a 15-day grace period.
All right.
That if any of your neighbors wanted to get a petition to have a public hearing,
Okay.
they would have to do it within those 15 days.
Yeah.
But because we only meet once a month, we accept it this month,
And then next
we'll
month.
hear it next month.
All right, that
Yeah.
sounds good. I dropped off 6 plans as you would ask, and I also kind of did a little 3D drawing myself just to show what the building would be like. The northeast corner of the addition is the one that's in the review area. It's, I'd say probably 1,000 square feet of the 6,000 addition is in the review area. There's actually a man-made fire pond is which puts it within the review area. I don't think it'll have any significant impact, especially because we are willing to do drainage to make sure the water goes to there
Yep.
as well.
Well, Jim sent us those plans. The
Yep.
ones- Yep. I would only make one suggestion, that we need a better erosion and sedimentation control plan.
Okay,
The only thing I saw in there was where the silt fence was, and that was it. We want to know how that water is going to leave the property.
I talked to Richard Mihawk about that. Yeah,
Okay.
they'll be forthcoming. Yep.
okay.
Okay, so If you have anything else, I mean, we can certainly listen, but all we're gonna do is accept it now for next month.
Yeah, no, that's
So-
fine. I think next month will be best to bring everything with the
Yeah.
official plan and
Yeah.
go through what actions will be taken.
I just wanna look at the date. That's June 1st. Okay.
June
yeah,
1st.
yeah.
Be here June 1st then.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Item 2022-3, 2175 South Main Street for review on June 1st.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Was that Jamie? Yep. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, anyone opposed or abstaining? No to both. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
You need me to turn this off?
No, you can do it.
That's right. Agency review, we have nothing there, right, Jim? Enforcement action for the Moore's property on Sachem Drive.
Yeah, I've been in correspondence with Mr. Moore. He has retained Bill Jackson as a soil scientist to delineate the existing wetlands and any wetlands that were disturbed. He's also contacted Bob Jacobiak, who's going to be doing the survey to create an existing condition. So that's forthcoming. They're cooperating, and he has not done any additional work, and there's no siltation or erosion that's occurring right now. So I envision that by June 1st, he'll be here with a presentation and his findings.
Okay, good. All right, anybody else have any questions on that for Jim? Okay. Public open forum, are there any members of the public that would like to speak? Seeing none, okay. The minutes of April 6th. Anyone have any corrections? Anyone? No? Are we still reading or? No, okay. So is there a motion to approve? And a second? Steve? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Yeah. Aye. Anyone, any nays? Anyone abstaining? Paul is, okay. Communications and bills? None, okay. Anybody have anything before we adjourn?
You know, I just have to, I'm thinking about what you guys are talking about, this Brown Street. And, wetlands are either natural, man-made, created. This ponding of water for the past 5 years has changed the hydrology of their backyards. When I was out there walking through it, it's not just grass that's inundated. There's muck. There's muck, because I was sinking into the muck by like maybe 3 or 4 inches with my boots when I was walking through that, and it's functioning as a vernal pool. Right now, it's functioning as a vernal pool.
Right, it's gonna dry
So-
out, there's no fish habitat, so.
Was it a wetland before? Probably a little bit. Is it a wetland now? Well, I'm not sure if I was to go out there and delineate that, I don't know if I would delineate that as a soil scientist as a watercourse or a wetland. I don't know. I mean, that's a really tricky one, real tricky. Because it goes by soils, but the standing water has been there for a long time, so.
Right, but the definition of a water course, there's scour. I mean, we're not gonna see any scour there.
Well,
We're not,
you're talking like a water course, but a water course is also, like a pond or a lake. You're talking about like a brook of a water course, right?
Right,
I think,
right.
yeah. That's an intermittent water course, has to have scour, it has to have hydrophytic vegetation in it.
Right, yeah, debris
So
or
there's
at least debris, yeah.
There's like 3 criteria, 2 out of the 3. But it's gonna be interesting.
I know.
Kind of look at it though, like it's gatekeeping bits though. Like first, is it wetlands? Because if it's not within the wetlands area, we don't care. I
Yeah.
think we don't care. But
Yeah.
it's mentioned it's outside.
We have no authority.
Is your mic on?
That would be helpful. So, there's gates, right? Is it in a wetlands review area? If it's not, it stops there. If it's in the wetlands review area, were there changes made by somebody in the wetlands review area. If there were changes, was it permitted changes? If there were unpermitted changes,
Exactly.
does it change the flow of water into the wetlands? If it changes the flow of water into the wetlands, should there be an assessment of either a penalty or some sort of corrective action? So there's gates that we got to hit as we go. And I'm not even certain that we hit the first one yet, because I don't know, but we have to hit each of them before making a decision on the next one. So without each piece of that information, and it might take some time, but that's the way, it's kind of structured out. It's like one of those, diagramming trees of a decision making. And I think that's the first one. Is it in the wetlands review area? Because if the answer comes back no, we never have to review this again.
Right. It's going to be, because just over the stone wall by 10 or 12 feet, it's wetland, guaranteed.
Yeah.
And the other part, and everyone who was up here presenting to us said the same thing. There was a pipe there that was draining and there was no problem until what? Until the pipe got crushed
Clogged or
maybe,
crushed
or
or
because
whatever,
the
yeah.
pipe got clogged, or, even the old timers said, yeah, my buddy told me there was a pipe in there 40 years ago. And it worked. Now it's not working. Well,
Fix it, but, yeah.
pipes
Jen.
need maintained,
I sent you all a screenshot of what I looked at, because I was looking at the GIS map.
You
that
can't
we-
see,
No, the wetlands map, I don't know what those are. Those are tiny little JPEGs on our website. But, so I went to the GIS,
yeah.
with that you can add a wetlands layer to, and there's a
Mine doesn't.
measuring tool.
Does yours work?
The GIS? Yeah.
No, I go to the GIS map, but when I hit the wetlands, it doesn't do anything. I don't think they're on our maps.
It's there. I
But it
got
shows the wetlands?
Yeah, and I sent you the screenshot because there's also a ruler tool where you can measure
Yeah,
from
right,
the wetlands.
right.
And it was over 400 feet.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
Yeah, from the wetlands to that property, to that 93. So I don't know if that GIS map layer is correct.
Probably not. Because it's definitely wetlands on the the west side of that stone wall.
I see, and I don't know where the stone wall is,
Yeah.
so,
We don't have a very good wetlands mapping system.
right. Yeah, the maps on our website are not.
Yeah. They don't work. They don't. Yeah. Steve, go ahead.
So, how is this commission handled in the past? Because obviously I'm the newest one here. Like, he's not currently violating any wetland statutes. He did at some point in the past. So, possibly. So how do you, as a commission, he's not violating anything currently. He's not currently doing any work in any wetlands or near any wetlands. He may have.
But he may have filled
Allegedly in
wetlands.
the past, but how long do you go back to that? And the second part is, the pool and the people that may be downhill from this, even though it doesn't drop way off, if we open this up, if it is a dam, then are they gonna be here in front of us saying, my property was dry and now it's soaking wet and I can't get to my pool, so.
Precisely, and there was absolutely no evidence at all on that.
light on still?
On that pool property, the next one down, gradient, there was no change in elevation, there was no sign of any water, there was no sign of, I walked on it, there was no sign of any sponginess, and the wall continued right through. So when one of the guys represented that the water went straight through, parallel to the wall, all the way down, and then into that wetland, I find that hard to believe, because there's no evidence of that on the property. His land all slopes down, there's no disturbance, it's been there like that for 40 or 50 years, and that's why I suggested, right where Russ's property is, there's a barway, the stone wall ends, he's got like a nice little terrace, and that's the shortest route, like from here to the door, is all you gotta do, and dump it on the city wetland,
Right,
nature
and it's
gardens.
done.
It's done.
And it's done.
And he said he knows that's what but he won't do it.
Right,
On the
so
record, he said he
what are
won't
we
do it.
supposed to?
Yeah, so it's very frustrating.
Jamie?
Yeah, no worries. So if you get a chance to take a look at the inland wetlands regulations, you'll see some language on it where the violations have to be by a person who's changing there's definitions of what a regulated activity are, there's definitions of what isn't allowed, fill that changes the flow of water. So it's identifiable to a person, but if you look through the requirements, it doesn't have anything specifically about timeliness. So it's really, did the activity of this person change the flow into the wetlands? So if you can say yes to that, then then our agency can assess that they are responsible for it. Who does what afterwards? If these two folks end up in court arguing about it, they're going to be arguing over who has to pay for it. We're not volunteering to pay for it. We're just saying we took a look based on our authority as the town to look into these things, and yes, their actions, according to our commission, meet the definition of a violation. That's all we're determining, is us saying that we've looked at the matter, it's in our purview, it looks like a change, and it looks like it was done on purpose by this person. So these are the findings that we would be making. We wouldn't be sitting there negotiating who's going to pay what. That would be for directly across the street for them to decide. So.
And Russ even mentioned, he said that, the water, all right, so he represented at first that the guy did some grading and now there's a dam, essentially, blocking water onto Russ's property. Well, that really is not the case. I saw it, Joe saw it. Russ said, well, his land was a little bit lower and now it's even. Well, and it is even, and that's true. But he's still, the potential violator who did the work in a wetland, half of his land is still underwater by 1.5 foot of water. So I really don't think that he, again, maybe go in there with a backhoe somehow, dig it, look at a test pit and look at the thing. I don't know. I really don't think he filled it significantly enough to cause any backwater problem. I think it's the drain, and he still has 1.5 foot of water in his backyard that I couldn't walk through either. So, it's just, okay.
Jim, you know better than I do, but if that wood chips have been there for, I don't know how, we don't even know how many years the guy's talking about, when his neighbor moved in and did that. If they've been there 6 or 8 years, are you going to be able to even auger down there and find wood chips as compared to soil?
All
right.
Yeah, trust me, you can do that.
The field card on the city property tax assessor's office indicates that they purchased it in 2002 or 2003.
Oh,
Okay. So it's been there 20 years. They've been there 20 years. Now, if you look on the wetlands map, on the GIS map, like Jen said, they're 400 feet away.
I see that, yeah, right.
Yep. Now, you remember when you and I walked through there?
Yep.
And we saw the little, I didn't take you all the way to the vernal pool, but that's where it ends up going in there.
Yeah,
Yep.
sure.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Because this is the school property.
Yeah,
Right here.
yeah.
And we walked right down to this corner where that vernal pool is. So if you look, up further, there's no wetlands at all shown near them.
Yeah, that's,
When was that flat?
I don't know. They may be from the Purcell maps, which were in 1980.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter, right. Now, if he has the soil scientist that went out there and the only thing he could have done, I would think, is flag the wetlands on his own property.
well, he was saying that I sent a letter to the neighbor. I really do not recall that. I could have, and if I did, he's gonna show it to us.
Yeah.
But you know what happened to 2005? I was like, see ya. you're
Yes,
gone.
right,
So
right.
maybe nobody was doing my job, and maybe that's when he did that work.
Yeah. We don't know. But hopefully the pictures will tell us a little more of the story,
Yeah, as soon as I
and the
can.
letters and...
I'll forward it. This will be continued on the agenda, and when I get those photos and those PDF files, I'll forward it to everyone, and I'll keep a copy in the office, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Not on the agenda was Jen's, did you want to talk about the regs? I got the email today.
Right, I know, and I know it was kind of short notice for tonight. You want me, I can go over it now, what I think we should look into as far as our regulations go. And then we can look at these first three sections and kind of discuss them next time. Does that make sense? Or do you want me to read what I sent in the email? That was kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, perhaps the narrative that you, in the bulk of your email would be great, yeah, that would be great.
So, I'm not petitioning at this point to amend the Middletown Inland Wetlands and Watercourses regulations, just proposing that we investigate whether that is necessary and what amendments we should petition for, because at that point, we would notify the Connecticut commissioner of our intent, and then we have 35 days to hold a public hearing.
Right.
So some background, as we've been talking about tonight, the Connecticut Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act lays out the regulatory process for protecting the environment while allowing for economic growth. But it puts the responsibility on municipal agencies like ours for implementing and enforcing it. Part of that includes our own regulations, and that's so we can add unique characteristics to it for our city. So the state puts out a set of model regulations so that you can ensure you're conforming to the state act, and adopting the model regulations with additions that reflect the needs of Middletown will ensure conformity, allow for easy amendments to our own regulations as amendments, because when they amend the state law, you sometimes need to make changes to the local regulations, and that makes it easier. And it also allows for easy training of new commissioners, which is what I have in mind, because there's probably going to be a need to have more. So the regulations that we have now, I showed that they were revised in March and October of '88, October of 1989, December 1989, February 1990, December 1990, April 1997, and then there were several changes that were adopted in May of 2006. But in 2006, the state completed a major overhaul of the model regulations. And the May 3rd, 2006 revisions to our regulations don't reflect all of the changes that came about in 2006. And in addition, there have been legislative updates that were made in October of 2006, 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2015. And the state has released recommended changes to the model regulations to reflect those. If we had model regulations, it's just basically a copy and paste. We amend it, it'd be a lot easier. So what I've tried to do was revise our regulations to match the model regulations, but maintain our Middletown specific regulations. And this requires not just some verbiage changes, but a lot of rearranging. As the sections have changed order. I think the model regulations make more sense. They're more logical. But
So you're saying change our regulations to be the same as the state?
As the model regulations.
The model regulation, right, okay.
And that way, again, copy and paste.
Right.
And when someone,
Any
as a new
changes?
commissioner goes through training, they're going to be familiar with that act. It's going to match.
Okay.
And what I tried to do was, the rough draft that I have, I used a lot of colors. As you saw, you have to see it. I don't think there's any way to explain it.
You did a great job of that. Yeah, very awesome.
But in order to investigate whether or not this is a good idea, I'd hoped that you guys could go through these with me and review a few sections at a time. And then once we make it through the entirety with what we think we need to do, then we can propose amendments to change. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So we can go over these on our own, and then next month we'll go over them, and then we'll do another section after that, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And I just wanted to call a couple quick things to your attention as we look at it, and one of them is the regulated activity. We define that in section 2, and this is where we get specific to Middletown. We have different cities do it different ways, and we have it where it's just a 100-foot upland review area. So that's just something to consider and take a look at. And I think that was it. That was the big ones here.
All right.
Jen, as well, when you were talking about the model regulations as well. I mean, it's a consideration to put in somewhere, but it's perfectly acceptable in general to say, except as where specified within our regulations, the city of Middletown adopts the model inland wetlands regulations. It's one way to do those things, where essentially what we say is, if it's not listed here as an exception, then we adopt whatever the
state has.
the model is for the state. So that way.
Wow, that would have been useful to know before.
Sorry. Give me a call at some point. I'm an attorney.
Well,
When are you
no,
gonna
but
bring the
still-
pictures?
Sorry.
But the other part of that is there's some little things in here. I'm still glad I went through it. It was a good exercise for me to understand the regulations anyway, but, yeah, I would still want to take a look at it. And how do you put in what the specifics are? So maybe we could talk.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not trying to take over what you're doing. I'm just saying, sometimes.
If you're an attorney, like, I don't want to.
I think a collaboration between the two of you would be great.
I'll email you my phone number. We can talk about some stuff.
All right. Anyone have anything else before we have a motion to adjourn?
Move we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Paul? Any discussion? Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.
Hi everybody, I'm Kim O'Rourke. I'm the recycling coordinator for the city of Middletown. Welcome to Recycling. It's a walk in the park. I'm going to be giving you one tip in one of our beautiful Middletown parks and teach you all about recycling and reducing and reusing, and we'll even talk a little bit about composting. But today our one tip is going to be about plastic bags. Plastic bags. We don't want them in the recycling bin. They're one of the most common items that we find in the recycling bins, and they cause the most problems. The plastic bags, when people put them in the recycling bins,
that love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. At first you came and cast my way. I took a bite. Now I don't know if what I'm doing's right. So please come back and let's start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, out of the rain, we'll define hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. 'Cause in this house of love you find protection. Never in a day will you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. We'll define hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love was chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody say, come out of the showers. Wanna tell you one thing, that she won't love me. I tell you that she won't me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. We'll define hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to kill so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love was chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Yeah, for everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You place will never be forgotten. A lovely place called Middletown. I know I'll always remember the warmth of its sound. Lingers so long, no other can be found. If you've been there, I will make a bet. The lovely times you won't forget. The chimes that are played echo through time, uncountable by days. The city park you'll have to see, and harbor park's a place to be. Oh yes, Middletown's remembered. I seem to often feel it near somehow. Often I can hear its lovely tone. And City Hall has a beauty, such a beauty on its own. So no one can say a town so dear will ever go away. I love it now and always will. Believe me, Middletown will leave you so fulfilled. Connecticut, that is. Middletown, Connecticut.
cocktail parties and landscape vistas of rarefied air. It's too freezing cold up there. Urban hostesses make me shiver. I'm climbing a ladder down to the river. Ripple current, ocean bound. Only here do I bow down. Sink my toes in fish rank muck, soft and warm and full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing a ladder down by the river. Climbing a ladder down to the river. Ladder, ladder, I descend down where cocktail parties end. Sink my toes in fish rank muck, soft and warm and full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing a ladder down by the river.
Feel your wheels on the road and your hands on the wheel. Watch the way that the world makes you feel. Is it a heavy load or is it lighter than air? Feel your wheels on the road. It'll take you somewhere. It'll take you somewhere. It'll bring you right there. Into the middle, and a still small voice says I am what I am. I am right here and I am with you. Starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. Feel your feet on the ground in the crunch of the snow. You know your boots make a sound wherever you go. Is as sweet as a whistle, or sad like a song. Feel your boots on the ground, and you won't step wrong, and you won't step wrong, and it won't take long. says I am what I am, and I'm gonna be strong, and I am with you in the starlight, honey, and I'm gonna shine. Keep it in mind, keep your ear on the river, on the whippoorwill call, on the quiet of an evening, on the rise and fall. Is it crying out to ya? Is it whispering? You gotta lean in, keep listening. It's getting busy in my world, it's getting busy in my head. I get dizzy when I try to find a place to be instead. Feel your wheels on the road and your boots on the ground. Oh, listen to the rise and fall. Try to put it down. Go on and put it down. Go on and let it rain. Get back to the middle, and a still small voice says I am what I am, and this is a thing. I am with you in the starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. Yeah, I am with you in the starlight, honey, and I'm gonna shine. No matter what we do, keep it in mind.
Just because of you, I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. protection. Never in a day will you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love the chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody saying, come out of the showers. Wanna tell you one thing, that she won't love me. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. We'll define hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby, hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to kill so involving. And baby, every day we see lovers chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody saying, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Give her everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love.
This one is for you, man.
When was the last time you wrote him a letter? You said, my brother, how are you? When was the last time you said, I love you? And I'm just calling to say that I do. When was the last time you paid him a visit? You said, what is it that seems to trouble your mind? And when was the last time
You had no reason, no special season. You were just being kind. Today you may be with us, tomorrow might not be yours. The future is promised to none of us, no matter how young or old. Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind. When was the last time you said, brother, don't worry, I'll come in a hurry, call me anytime? And when was the last time you said, sister, I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry, it will be alright? Do you honor your father and mother? Love thy neighbor as you love thyself. Are you ready to face your creator, to answer for yourself? Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind.
Well, why did you leave me? Well, why did you have to go? Oh yes you knew that it would hurt me so. I'm all alone, I have nobody to call my own. That's why I need somebody to rock me all night long. Cause train number one's gone, train number two's gone, train number three has been gone, train number four's gone, train number five's been gone. How long must I wait for you?
There's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. I don't even know her name, but that just goes to show you the way that I am. She's not a doctor or a lawyer, a priest or a nun, but to me she's divine. She steps out into the road. You think it's no big deal, the way she lightens your load, the way she stops those wheels. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time. If she ever left this town, then cars would cut us down. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, from the Aragoni Bridge or off Route 9, they come a-barreling by. They don't want to stop for nothing. They're all caught up in their own little world. But my brave brunette, she shuts them down and does it all with a smile. She's just a local girl. She loves her own hometown. She lets her flag unfurl. She spreads the love around. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time. If she ever leaves this town, the cars will cut us down. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market. There's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market.
Glass half empty, glass half full. Depends on the day, depends on the fool who is asking, and the fool who replies, you're gonna drink it up anyway. Does it really matter what you say? Raise your cup to another day. Clown in your head, waving all those signs to skip the wherefores and shouldn't we head straight for the exit, please. Step onto the path you made in this big old life. Sun comes up, sun goes down on every small forgotten town, shining on every soul, spilling light in every dark hole. There ain't a thing you gotta do to let that sun shine down on you. Step right into this big old life. Love me tender, love me not. Depends on the flower, depends on the hard plucking petals and the mirror inside. Are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. Yeah, are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life.
The rich folk wonder where the money went, and Section 8'll help you make your rent, and the soup kitchen is heaven sent. Oh, when you're hungry and the dough's all spent, this end of town looks so pretty at sundown. The lovely women like Takesha all around. Mr. Yambo's rice and beans are golden brown. You're in the heart of Middletown, where the river runs to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. Now up the soccer fields they have a ball, all shapes and sizes as I recall. Aaron in and they have their gall. 'Cause the coaches don't get nothing at all. The carnival always brings bad weather, but at least it gets the kids together. From Indian Hill I am looking down on the carnival in Middletown. A mighty river takes you to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, la da 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 da, la da da, la da da da. The Dairy Queen, the Woolworth store, ain't there no more. Everything is shiny new. At Brubaker's we do the Jabba Jive. Chelsea and Crystal keep your hopes alive. Joseph and Eloise work hard to thrive. The Wiener Schnitzel makes it worth your drive. We ain't too up, we ain't too down. I guess we're looking for that middle ground. Sometimes I wonder if it can be found here in the heart of Middletown. The mighty river, she is ocean bound. You're in the heart of Middletown. Looking down into the heart of Middletown, where the river runs just to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, 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 la da da.
love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. At first you came and cast my way. I took a bite. Now I don't know if what I'm doing's right. So please come back and let's start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, out of the rain, we'll define hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. 'Cause in this house of love you find protection. Never in a day will you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. We'll define hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love was chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody saying, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she won't loving. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. We'll define hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby, hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to give so involving. And baby, every day we see love was chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody sing, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Yeah, for everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl.
place will never be forgotten. A lovely place called Middletown. I know I'll always remember the warmth of its sound. Lingers so long, no other can be found. If you've been there, I will make a bet. The lovely times you won't forget. The chimes that are played echo through time, uncountable by days. The city park you'll have to see, and harbor parks a place to be. Oh yes, Middletown's remembered. I seem to often feel it near somehow. Often I can hear its lovely tone. And City Hall has a beauty, such a beauty on its own. So no one can say a town so dear will ever go away. I love it now and always will. Believe me, Middletown will leave you so fulfilled. Connecticut, that is. Middletown. Middletown. Middletown, Connecticut.
cocktail parties and landscape vistas of rarefied air. It's too freezing cold up there. Urban hostesses make me shiver. I'm climbing a ladder down to the river. I bow down, sink my toes in fish rank muck, soft and warm and full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing her ladder down by the river. Cocktail parties and sink my toes in fish rank muck, soft and warm and full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing her ladder down by the river.
Feel your wheels on the road and your hands on the wheel. Watch the way that the world makes you feel. Is it a heavy load or is it lighter than air? Feel your wheels on the road. It'll take you somewhere. It'll take you somewhere. It'll bring you right there. Into the middle, and a still small voice says I am what I am. I am right here and I am with you. Starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. Feel your feet on the ground in the crunch of the snow. You know your boots make a sound wherever you go. Is as sweet as a whistle, or sad like a song. Feel your boots on the ground, and you won't step wrong, and you won't step wrong, and it won't take long. small voice says I am what I am, and I'm gonna be strong, and I am with you in the starlight, honey, I'm gonna shine. Keep it in mind, keep your ear on the river, on the whippoorwill call, on the quiet of an evening, on the rise and fall. Is it crying out to ya? Is it whispering? You gotta lean in, keep listening. It's getting busy in my world, it's getting busy in my head. I get dizzy when I try to find a place to be instead. Feel your wheels on the road and your boots on the ground. Oh, listen to the rise and fall, try to put it down. Go on and put it down, go on and let it rain. Get back to the middle, and the still small voice says I am what I am, and this is the thing, I am with you in the starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind, yeah, I am with you in the starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. No matter what we do, keep it in mind.
Just because of you, I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best right. Now I don't know if what I'm doing's right. So please come back and let's start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, out of the rain, we'll define hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. 'Cause in this house of love you'll find protection. Never in a day where you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love the chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody saying, come out of the showers. Wanna tell you one thing, that she won't loving. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. We'll define hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby, hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to give so involving. And baby, every day we see love a chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Give her everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, this house of love.
This one is for you, man.
When was the last time You wrote him a letter. You said, my brother, how are you? When was the last time you said, I love you? And I'm just calling to say that I do. When was the last time you paid him a visit? You said, what is it that seems to trouble your mind? And when was the last time you had no reason, no special season, you were just being kind? Today you may be with us, tomorrow might not be yours. The future is promised to none of us, no matter how young or old. Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind. When was the last time you said, brother, don't worry, I'll come in a hurry, call me anytime? And when was the last time you said, sister, I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry, it will be alright? Do you honor your father and mother? Love thy neighbor as you love thyself. Are you ready to face your creator, to answer for yourself? Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind.
Well, why did you leave me? Well, why did you have to go? Oh yes you knew that it would hurt me so. I'm all alone, I have nobody to call my own. That's why I need somebody to rock me all night long. 'Cause train number one's gone, train number two's gone, train number three has been gone, train number four's gone, train number five's been gone. How long must I wait for you?
Well, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. I don't even know her name, but that just goes to show you the way that I am. She's not a doctor or a lawyer, a priest or a nun, but to me she's divine. She steps out into the road. You think it's no big deal, the way she lightens your load, the way she stops those wheels. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time if she ever left this town. Then cars would cut us down. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, from the Aragoni Bridge or off Route 9, they come a-barreling by. They don't want to stop for nothing. They're all caught up in their own little world. But my brave brunette, she shuts them down and does it all with a smile. She's just a local girl. She loves her own hometown. She lets her flag unfurl. She spreads the love around. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time if she ever leaves this town. The cars will cut us down. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market. Yeah, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market.
Raise your cup to another day in this big old life. Door wide open, door closed down. Depends on the moon, depends on the clown in your head. Waving all those signs to skip the wherefores and shouldn't we. Head straight for the exit, please. Step onto the path you made in this big old life. Sun comes up, sun goes down on every small forgotten town. Shining on every soul, spilling light in every dark hole. There ain't a thing you gotta do to let that sun shine down on you. Step right into this big old life. Love me tender, love me not. Depends on the flower, depends on the hard plucking petals and the mirror inside. Are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. Yeah, are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life.
The rich folk wonder where the money went, and Section 8'll help you make your rent. And the soup kitchen is heaven sent. Oh, when you're hungry and the dough's all spent. This end of town looks so pretty at sundown. The lovely women like Takesha all around. Mr. Yambo's rice and beans are golden brown. You're in the heart of Middletown, where the river runs to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. Now up the soccer fields they have a ball, all shapes and sizes as I recall. Parents are screaming and they have their gall, 'cause the coaches don't get nothing at all. The carnival always brings bad weather, but at least it gets the kids together. From Indian Hill I am looking down on the carnival in Middletown. A mighty river takes you to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, la da 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 da, la da da, la da da da. The Dairy Queen, the Woolworth store, ain't there no more. Everything is shiny new. At Brubaker's we do the Jabba Jive. Joseph and Eloise work hard to thrive. The Wiener Schnitzel makes it worth your drive. We ain't too up, we ain't too down. I guess we're looking for that middle ground. Sometimes I wonder if it can be found here in the heart of Middletown. The mighty river, she is ocean bound. You're in the heart of Middletown. Up, 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 up. Looking down into the heart of Middletown, where the river runs just to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, 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 la da da.
Just because of you, I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. At first you came and cast my way. I took a bite. Now I don't know if what I'm doing's right. So please come back and let's start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, In this house of love you find protection. Never in a day where you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she won't love me. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to kill so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Give her everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. In this house of love.
place will never be forgotten. A lovely place called Middletown. I know I'll always remember the warmth of its sound. Lingers so long, no other can be found. If you've been there, I will make a bet. The lovely times you won't forget. The chimes that are played echo through time, uncountable by days. The city park you'll have to see, and harbor parks a place to be. Oh yes, Middletown's remembered. I seem to often feel it near somehow. Often I can hear its lovely tone. And City Hall has a beauty, such a beauty on its own. So no one can say a town so dear will ever go away. I love it now and always will. Believe me, Middletown will leave you so fulfilled. Connecticut, that is. Middletown. Middletown. Middletown, Connecticut.
where cocktail parties and landscape vistas are rarefied air. It's too freezing cold up there. Urban hostesses make me shiver. I'm climbing a ladder down to the river. Full of suck. My heart sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing a ladder down by the river. Fish rang amok, soft and warm and full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing a ladder down by the river.
Feel your wheels on the road and your hands on the wheel. Watch the way that the world makes you feel. Is it a heavy load or is it lighter than air? Feel your wheels on the road. It'll take you somewhere. It'll take you somewhere. It'll bring you right there. Into the middle, and a still small voice says I am what I am. I am right here and I am with you. Starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. Feel your feet on the ground in the crunch of the snow. You know your boots make a sound wherever you go. Is as sweet as a whistle, or sad like a song. Feel your boots on the ground, and you won't step wrong, and you won't step wrong, and it won't take says I am what I am, and I'm gonna be strong, and I am with you in the starlight, honey, I'm gonna shine. Keep it in mind, keep your ear on the river, on the whippoorwill call, on the quiet of an evening, on the rise and fall. Is it crying out to ya? Is it whispering? You gotta lean in, keep listening. It's getting busy in my world, it's getting busy in my head. I get dizzy when I try to find a place to be instead. Feel your wheels on the road and your boots on the ground. Oh, listen to the rise and fall. Try to put it down. Go on and put it down. Go on and let it rain. Get back to the middle, and a still small voice says I am what I am, and this is the thing. I am with you in the starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. No matter what we do, keep it in mind.
Just because of you, I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. never in a day where you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love the chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she won't love it. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby, hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to give so involving. And baby, every day we see lovers chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Give her everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. This house of love.
Whoa. This one is for you, man.
When was the last time you wrote him a letter? You said, my brother, how are you? When was the last time you said, I love you? And I'm just calling to say that I do. When was the last time you paid him a visit? You said, what is it that seems to trouble your mind? And when was the last time you had no reason, no special season. You were just being kind. Today you may be with us, tomorrow might not be yours. The future is promised to none of us, no matter how young or old. Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind. When was the last time you said, brother, don't worry, I'll come in a hurry, call me anytime? And when was the last time you said, sister, I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry, it will be alright? Do you honor your father and mother? Love thy neighbor as you love thyself. Are you ready to face your creator, to answer for yourself? Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind.
Well, why did you leave me? Well, why did you have to go? Oh yes you knew that it would hurt me so. I'm all alone, I have nobody to call my own. That's why I need somebody to rock me all night long. Because train number one's gone, train number two's gone, train number three has been gone, train number four's gone, train number five's been gone. How long must I wait for you?
There's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. I don't even know her name, but that just goes to show you the way that I am. She's not a doctor or a lawyer, a priest or a nun, but to me she's divine. She steps out into the road. You think it's no big deal, the way she lightens your load, the way she stops those wheels. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time if she ever left this town. Then cars would cut us down. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, from the Aragoni Bridge or off Route 9, they come a barreling by. They don't want to stop for nothing. They're all caught up in their own little world. But my brave brunette, she shuts them down and does it all with a smile. She's just a local girl. She loves her own hometown. She lets her flag unfurl. She spreads the love around. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time she ever leaves this town. The cars will cut us down. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market. Well, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market.
Here's your cup to another day in this big old life. Door wide open, door closed down. Depends on the moon, depends on a cloud in your head, waving all those signs to skip the wherefores and shouldn't we. Head straight for the exit, please. Step onto the path you made in this big old life. Sun comes up, sun goes down on every small forgotten town, shining on every soul, spilling light in every dark hole. There ain't a thing you gotta do to let that sun shine down on you. Step right into this big old life. Love me tender, love me not. Depends on the flower, depends on the hard plucking petals and the mirror inside. Are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. Yeah, are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life.
The rich folk wonder where the money went, and Section 8'll help you make your rent. And the soup kitchen is heaven sent. Oh, when you're hungry and the dough's all spent. This end of town looks so pretty at sundown. The lovely women like Takesha all around. Mr. Yambo's rice and beans are golden brown. You're in the heart of Middletown, where the river runs to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. Now up the soccer fields they have a ball, all shapes and sizes as I recall. Parents are screaming and they have their gall, 'cause the coaches don't get nothing at all. The carnival always brings bad weather, but at least it gets the kids together. From Indian Hill I am looking down on the carnival in Middletown. A mighty river takes you to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, la da 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 da, la da da, la da da da. The Dairy Queen, the Woolworth store, ain't there no more? Everything is shiny new. At Brubaker's years we do the Jabba Jive. Chelsea and Crystal, keep your hopes alive. Joseph and Eloise work hard to thrive. The Wiener Schnitzel makes it worth your drive. We ain't too up, we ain't too down. I guess we're looking for that middle ground. Sometimes I wonder if it can be found here in the heart of Middletown. The mighty river, she is ocean bound. You're in the heart of Middletown. Up, 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 up. Looking down into the heart of Middletown, where the river runs just to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, 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 la da da.
Just because of you, I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. At first you came and cast my way. I took a bite. Now I don't know if what I'm doing's right. So please come back and let's start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers. this house of love you find protection. Never in a day where you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love was chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody say, come out of the showers. Wanna tell you one thing, that she won't love me. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby, hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to give so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Give her everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. This house of love.
Thank you.